All right, we are back with more Miles Edgeworth. This is my first time playing the game in months, so give me a few minutes to get my sea legs back. I did leave some notes to myself at the end of the previous VOD. I'm just going to go over those really quick. I'm investigating a crime on a plane. The victim is from a fictional EU country. There's a picture of him in front of a weird statue. He used to have a lanyard with a phone in it, but the phone is missing. Edgeworth was accused, but successfully defended himself because there was no reason to suspect him. The characters we have to worry about right now, Cammy Meal is a sleepy, weirdo flight attendant. Rhoda is the assistant gumshoe Maya Mia type role, and Zinc LeBlanc is an art collector guy from the fictional country. Last thing we did is we uncovered a contradiction that there was a suitcase that should have gone flying during recent turbulence. Somebody must have put it there because there was no stopper stopping it from going flying. There's a bloody cloth in the suitcase that we're just about to talk about right when I finished the stream last time. We're going to talk with Cammy more and progress the case. So let me hit the timer here and get started. So help me out with the audio. It's hard to tell 3DS or DS games. It'll sound quiet in my ear, but come through really loud to stream. This might be just right, but tweak it a bit here. Okay, I turned it down. Let me know if that helps. Also, I have some monitor jank today, so I'm going to be looking in a weird direction compared to normal. Sorry. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? Pretty safe to say the killer used the suitcase in some manner, such as to move something, perhaps? Cloth is too small. A larger item would be needed to remove what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used to transport the suitcase is... I assume it's got to be the murder weapon. We're not 100% sure what the murder weapon is at this point, right? Check. And there's a little statue in the notes, right? The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport. Let's see, I do have some room to make mistakes here, so I'll try the piggy bank.
Take that!
Miss Meal, wake up. Did you say something just now? I don't think that's it. I was just seeing if you were awake. Now, at least we get to see the error text for that. Is she really asleep? It has to be an actual object rather than a person, right? Wouldn't it be funny if it... Yeah, okay, it doesn't let me select a profile. Well, the fact that it doesn't let me select the profile might not be the answer. It could be the body of the guy. We'll try that.
Take that!
Nope, that's also wrong. The fact that thing is in quotes makes me think it has to be the body, though, so crime scene is the only other thing I can think to try.
Take that!
Hey, first try. So now it fit inside a suitcase that's also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? That makes perfect sense. I'm sure you could fit an entire dead body in that tiny suitcase. And I guess you can see them for scale there in the background, but I don't buy it. Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator for someplace else. Murder was committed in an entirely different location. After moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it. Something about Miss Rhoda said about coming here or something. We need a bit more time. I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. Very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. The captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. We'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I love how huge this plane is. It's absurd. Insists I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the 2 crime scenes under your supervision. Yeah, that's not the same as returning to your seat, but okay. Thanks, Rhoda. Found proof the real crime scene was not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of anything I'm doing. It's Japan and you're guilty until proven innocent. Truth must come to light. Oh wow, apparently I should have kept playing for like 3 minutes several months ago, because that was a chapter end, it looks like. Yeah, I'll save. Maybe deducing it was the body would have come more naturally, but I didn't leave myself any notes about that. I don't think I got the sense that the suitcase was large enough to fit a human being in it. Hope Springs Airport. Supposed to let the local police take over. Thanks to Miss De Niro and Miss Meal. Was able to preserve the crime scene. I can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk to Miss De Niro in private, so I'm not wondering what she was up to. What did she do? Seems weird. I don't think it would be her, because she's like the gumshoe character, right? I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Hey. Or Francisca. Daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma, who is basically Dracula. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Don't try to flatter me. I'm placing you under arrest. Nani? I hope to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. I'll have to take what I can get. A disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? No, man. I'm just sitting in my seat. Caution the wino guy. I was actually just drinking grape juice because this game is rated T and they're still worried about it? I don't know. Murder is okay, but alcohol is not. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Is this the true meaning of being perfect in every way? Solve this together. I still really like these open exploration sprites. I'm sad that Phoenix Wright never did this. Oh, Gumshoe's here too. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up. Yeah, how dare you sully the name of Von Karma by committing a crime. It's definitely a pristine name. How old is Francesca or Francisca? She's like the second prodigy prosecutor after Edgeworth, right? They just keep getting younger from there. I have a few questions for you. Cool. What of you are the planes preparing for takeoff? Besides the turbulence, they're not all that bad as a mode of transportation. Initial investigation. She must have been 18 in Justice for All. Sounds right. Spotting off to the coroner's office. Taking statements now. Just a little too quick, sir. I'm gonna try moving, because like I said, I'm down a monitor today. I'm gonna try moving this to the same monitor that my chat is on. It might be easier for me to see. Okay. And you get used to 3 monitors, and 2 feels like going back to the Stone Ages. First world problem. This fun Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy. As though she knew there had been a murder or something. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. I don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. The type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. I've said this before, but I really wonder if like Phoenix Wright had come out 3 or 4 years later, if they would have just said it's in Japan, it's fine, rather than like do these handstands to try to localize it as being in America. If her case has anything to do with mine. It's high time to resume my investigation, starting with talking to the people involved in the case afresh. Alright. Gumshoe's now my partner, so maybe it did have something to do with Rhoda. Look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? Got a thing for the shape of the wings too. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, world flags lunchboxes eat Jew. Oh my god. He talks in internet memes. Founded, lol. Oh, it's specifically it's leet speak. Even better. Creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000. Lols. Oh man. Localization team, we're having fun here. Wonder what this guy was like in the Japanese version. It's gonna rock sores. Oh my god, I haven't heard rock sores my box sores in actual decades. Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Or Gumshoe. Oh yeah, it was daylight savings time started early in more sane parts of the world, but not sane enough to have gotten rid of daylight savings yet. This man was in first class with me, shaken up by the whole affair. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane? Lunchland. It's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shop. So yeah, you know, ladies walking around offering bento boxes. Nothing so, like, concisely American. I would want to give their steak lunch a try. World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. don't you go ahead and buy one. Is that okay, sir? Thanks. You don't need my permission, Gumshoe. Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. I hope he's aware that's the most expensive one on the menu. You're gonna let me go back on the plane? What is this? 1999? Definitely not reboarding a plane after it lands in America. You must be the captain. Oh, yes, I am. I left my keys on a plane one time and realized it, like, while I was in the little corridor to get into the airport, and I turned around and they were like, nope, we'll look for it and bring it to you at the gate, sir. Don't you dare, Captain. Oh, great. Oh, double great. This is new. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain being much of a reputable person. He was in the cockpit the entire time. Flight I-390, first floor lounge. Now see here. How long do you intend to hold me? No, they're blaming Mr. LeBlanc. I don't have 1 second of wasteful time to spend. You can't go in there. I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. Is he, though? He kind of was just doing his own investigation. It seems like Miss Von Karma is the prosecutor. Did you finish taking his statement yet? This is the Zinc LeBlanc. He's one of the people from the fictional European country. I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. Make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold. There's a mountain of them, large and small. Folk costumes. His hat looks like that piece of bloody cloth. Oh, really? It has been soiled by blood. Only this much blood on this piece of cloth. Was the victim wrapped in it at some point? Something very familiar about this fabric pattern. I can try presenting that to him. Mr. LeBlanc, can you take a look at this for me? Virginian cloth. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Data updated in the organizer. The cargo this time was much many gigantic. You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. Attendant refuses to exit the attendance room. What do you know about the suitcase, buddy? No, he doesn't care. Understood you perfectly fine in English. Road to Tenero. What did you mean by that attendant? That car? That black car? Hey Ezra, how you doing? No sign of coming out either. You were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. Clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Why would she think... or whatever, they need to have a video game sequence. Francisca's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in the lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. That unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. We covered this. The body got moved. Somebody packed it really tightly in a suitcase. I feel like there would be a lot of evidence of a bloody corpse having been in a suitcase instead of just this little bloody cloth. Unless if the suitcase was like the size of a casket. I'll prove my innocence soon enough. That's not soon enough. I have to break her line of logic fast. Rebuttal. Was it though? Do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? I know all I need to know in order to arrest you. I have to... I get damaged by playing Aviary Attorney in between Ace Attorney games. Aviary Attorney is like, we're not going to make you do anything that the character should have already discussed off screen, right? There's no jumping logic steps when it comes to this game series. Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. So the scene of the crime was not in here. Can I present the suitcase? Used to transport the body.
Objection!
Should be right. Hey, the music cut out, so I think we're okay. Oh, his finger. It would appear you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. This song is pretty great. She takes damage from being brought up to speed on the facts of the case. Like, I've proven there's an error in her logic. Like, no, she just wasn't told about this yet, apparently. The real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? All he did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. This proved the body was moved. It could be the killer simply chose that suitcase. I can't escape that easily. Von Karma is perfect in every way.
Objection!
Killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point. And it's the footprints, right? You can see the little wheel marks. Something being dragged. Take that! The spilled grape juice in front of the... I love that it's grape juice. People were saying last episode that that's not a localization thing, that they tried to call it grape juice in the Japanese version too. Even though the guy that's like drinking it is clearly super drunk. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? Uh-oh. My circle pad is on the fritz. Hopefully that's good enough. I'm guessing this shape here is going to matter later. Uh-oh. Hold on. Software closed? Oh no. I don't know what happened. Don't think this game is auto-saving. Hold on. Evidence was so strong it broke the game. At least I can get back to where I was pretty quickly. Crap, I'm gonna have to do that. Come on. Fast forward. Yes, yes. Can I fast forward this text? Oh god, I'm gonna have to save more frequently. Does it only let you fast forward conversations you've already seen? God, that's the worst. Okay. Well, this is happening. Okay, so I can avoid talking to everyone because I already know what all the stuff is. It's all just flavor text out here. I'll save once I get back to where I was before. I don't know what caused the software to close. Doing that gamer frustration thing where you're mashing all the buttons as though it's going to make it fast forward even though it's not. Like mashing the start button during the unskippable cutscene before the Unalesca boss fight in Final Fantasy X. Maybe it'll skip it if I press it 38 times. You can enjoy these cool sprite animations of Gumshoe again. Hey, Serp. I know, right? I think it just stands out because it's a boss that's likely to one-shot you. Okay. Yeah, Johan and Raker were saying that. I love how the game does have fast forwarding text, but never on your first pass, which I guess is good in case you accidentally press the fast forward button. I had the game crash, which I didn't think was possible on the DS. So I gotta get back through this text and get back to where we were. Yeah, I wasn't able to make it to that. I said he was starting it yesterday, right, Walter? How was it? Yeah, it's a really cool scene. Definitely falls into that category of, like, this cutscene is really cool if you see it exactly once. Like, the Uncharted effect. If you die and have to repeat this cool scripted sequence even once. Oh, cool. I'm excited to play Hades. I would, I've got several people that have surrendered tags to me. If anyone ever puts Hades on the voting spreadsheet, I can commit to throwing basically all of my surrendered tags onto it immediately. You just need to abolish daylight savings time. It's just a waste. I'm gonna save once I get to the deck down here. And then probably again after I talk to the guy. feel like these games where it's like you save, suspend, but then you can just immediately boot the game back up and preserve your save. MLB Power Pros was doing that as well. Alright, so we lost like 5 minutes to that or something. I'm gonna ask him if he notices anything soon. Finished taking a statement yet. Your hat looks like the bloody thing. It's very suspicious. Present. Cloth. Go. Okay, we gotta get Francesca to show up. She'll be like, you were the only person at the murder scene, and be like, no, not actually. I have to ask about Crystal first, that's right. What did you mean by that attendant? Guess I can't save before this conversation, so if there's something about this conversation that caused the problem. That's cool to hear, Walter. I always get nervous when I oversell stuff. I was selling my friend on The Good Place, and he said when he first started watching it, he thought it was Big Bang Theory for philosophy, which is like the worst insult I could possibly imagine. But he was like, and then I watched, you know, I continued on your recommendation and got to the end of the first season, and then I liked it a lot more. I'm like, okay. So in that case, it was like I needed the oversell to get him to get pushed through the first season. Sometimes I have the issue where I'll oversell something like crosscode. Set the expectations way too high. Yeah, I think it's great too. Even without the context of the end of the first season, you could go. Moving off Ultima 7 and playing like an actual good polished game. Nice. Wait, that's not right. Shit. That was the wrong thing. That was the thing from before I lost my save. Well, we're gonna lose some health. Oh, we get some custom gumshoe texts. It's the suitcase. I love that she actually hits your health bar. That's pretty great. Here it goes. Killer used the suitcase to move the victim's body. Really packed it in there tight, apparently. Doesn't prove the body was moved. Health in this game is a direct measurement of how long before you pass out from her whipping. Okay. This was the thing that I had before we crashed like 10 minutes ago.
Take that!
This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? We're caught up. There's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. The suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. Killer did move the victim's body.
Objection!
Game volume okay? It seems really quiet in my ears, but 3DS is always, and DS are both always janky. You can get new logic. It's still really funny to me that they make these like little court mini games out of like just bringing somebody up to speed on the facts of the case, right? You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence, and then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. While you're in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. On the way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you'd take it from, pretended to be the discoverer of the body. What the what? It's absurd. Not a bad bit of logic or something you thought up on the fly. It actually makes me curious which Ace Attorney game, which case has the fewest bullshit sequences where like it's gameplay for the sake of gameplay and they couldn't really think of something good. Or like it's always like having to discover something through deduction or logic and not just like informing a person. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. It's like a different metric from like what the funniest case is. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. Taken out of its display case in the in-flight shop. Objection. Don't even need to press. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. What if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? Nani? This Mr. I-Flying Piggy Bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. Nani? Timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. It's taken after the turbulence had occurred. It also makes me wonder, like, what's their creative process for coming up with these? Right, like, you could see it being based on the evidence first, that they might want to establish that the piggy bank was found on the airplane. So they go, okay, at some point we want someone to challenge you and say that you brought it on the plane with you. So where do we put that? Well, let's put it in the Francisca conversation. It was like, which came first? What was the chicken versus the egg? Did I get this grilling with Francisca so they could have some gameplay in this chapter? And they had to come up with things to challenge, or was the challenge first? Killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. For exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor, took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Now, that's cool. I guess that wasn't what I got from presenting it. I presented it for a different reason. The victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? Oh, that'd be cool to hear about, Nesrin. Oh, but this one isn't directed by the same person? I see. I could see that being what you do, is you do everything abstractly. You figure out what the evidence is, and then you figure out what the contradiction someone puts forward is about the evidence without, like, really knowing the story to that point. So I feel like that's That's the gist of most of the puzzles. You know, it's like left-right confusion, timestamp confusion, location confusion. The criminal wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place. I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Because the cloth was hidden inside the suitcase, the signals made the killer not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. The murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage.
Objection!
I mean, they get 2 puzzles out of that, loot effects. Figure out A as a premise and then B as the twist. Oh, you're talking about like the overarching plot as opposed to the individual puzzles. Yeah, I see what you mean. And I'm wondering too if the evidence puzzles are thought up before fitting them into the story. Killer had the key to the display case. The person you're talking about. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about committed another sin. She tricked the captain, granted you permission to conduct your investigation. It is the sin of lying. Okay. Oh, I see, that makes sense. So if you do the story first, you do A, twist into B, and then you're like, okay, now let's think of puzzles that will carry through. I would argue that an elegant Ace Attorney puzzle object is one that shows up in multiple puzzles. I think they really like giving you a piece of evidence that isn't relevant until the very end of the case. That's come up a lot of times. Or giving you one very early on that doesn't matter until way later. Let's make sure we save after that. I still don't know what caused the game to just shut down and cost us 10 minutes, but... Now enter the flight attendant's room. Feel free to look around. We need something to do X, but we had that thing earlier, we can make that work. Yeah, the thing that I'm talking about that I find frustrating is when Ace Attorney has gameplay because it remembers that, oh shit, it's been a visual novel for too long, we gotta give you a thing to do. And usually they come up with pretty flimsy reasons to have to present evidence, like that last one where it's like, they present bringing Francisca up to speed with the things we've learned already as like a logical argument. A courtroom event. Or it feels like it's like this is a filler gameplay sequence, you know? Something I liked a lot about Aviary Attorney is that it cuts all of that. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Captain only has ears for Cammy. Yeah, I like the new construction of Miles Edgeworth, that it's... both the first and second ones are not investigation plus trial. And you can do some cool settings, like having the case occur on the plane. It's like the trial in the catacombs and aviary attorney. But even then, the mainline games will have like filler sequences of trial. Why the sudden hesitation? All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to the room. This room. There isn't much else to tell about that. I should ask her about that thing. The only thing I can think is the suitcase, right? Timing here on refueling and Miss Meal's testimony is going to be important later. That's right, she designed the goofy suitcase. Please take a look at this for me. Which one is Great Ace Detective? Is that part of this series? Suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? Yeah, I don't really have a sense of this series. I know there's Ace Attorney 1, 2, and 3, this game, and there's like a bunch of Apollo Justice games and several other spin-offs, maybe? I don't know how many of them there are, how long it's been out. Last one there. That new dialogue? Okay. The suitcase in question was the last one. They're so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. It's not exactly the impression I got, because the design is super ugly on them. Victorian England, an ancestor of Phoenix Wright goes to England to learn the law system. Gets caught up in cases with Sherlock Holmes. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's like actually in England? It's not Japan, England? We sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. It's hideous. What? It's a pretty good breakdown face. Maybe that was a bit too direct. Good job, Edgeworth. There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. Impossible. I've always been afraid they never attempted localization because the Japan-America localization convention would be ripped to shreds. So did like a fan group localize it? Her story has generated quite the contradiction. Something is amiss here. Could be the meaning of this inconsistency. What is one of those suitcases doing here? But you said there was only one left. That one's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. I think not. Why? Because there's still price tags on it? She's lying a lot lately. I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. It's the tag, right?
Take that.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that there were more Phoenix Wright games after the original trilogy. I thought they were all spin-off. Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. This game is so Japanese. I feel like the only way to localize the Japanesiness out of it is to like significantly pare down the script to have fewer lines. The suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop, right? Yeah. The person who bought the suitcase was, she just bought it? What? Why would she buy her own suitcase?
Take that.
I mean, I don't know who else it would be. It has to be her. Oh, she bought it for that reason? Isn't that right? The reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. Maybe I had finally accomplished... I love this sad music. She's sad about her shitty suitcase design. They were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the relevance of this? Is it just to establish that she's a liar? You buy one every single time you work a flight? To keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Here's my receipt for the purchase. Hey, it's got a timestamp on it. There you go. Classic. Still a bunch of them left unsold. I need to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Should be down in the cargo hold. Could have come from the cargo hold. Love the idea of there even being an in-flight shop on like a separate deck of the plane. I like her taking damage bangs animation. These suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to passengers. Okay. Only way in here is that door. You need a special key card that only crew members have access to. The culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers, leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I mean, not necessarily. You're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. Not a Von Karma! Also, again, the Von Karma name has already been thoroughly disgraced. Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? I mean, sure. Miss Chamomile. Francesca got information out of Miss Meal? To make the elevator go down, a different key card is required. A different key card? And that person's name is... you and only you. Ah! Please show us that card right now. Card is missing. Very clever, pretending your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. Is Francesca gonna have her searched? Clearly she didn't do it, because it's too early in the case. I know you're the lead investigator on this case. However, my name is the one on the box, so you know the rules and so do I. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? Okay. What a stunning conclusion. I feel like her getting arrested is where you conclude. I really like the sprite art in this game. I'm gonna keep gushing over it, but it helps a lot to see the characters in the environment versus the first-person investigation mode thing from the Phoenix Wright titles. This plane is a special model. God, how big is this plane? It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first-class seating. Okay, at least they're hanging a lampshade on it. This is the real scene of the murder? Begin investigation. Yeah, the elevator. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. Gumshoe should buy one. Have the creators ever been on a plane? $1,200? I guess you could maybe fit a body in there. You fold them up. They look a lot taller now. They did in the shop. What's missing? What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? Glass shards. Got added to the logic system, which is a pretty cool system. Track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. Sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover. He's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. For Gumshoe. Hey, they kept some Japanese text on the back. Oh, the Jungfa Express. Kanji and Hanzo are the same thing. Let's see. What's with the suitcase, pal? What the victim checked in. Is the missing cell phone in there? Probably not. Idea of having a piece lodged together, but a number of games have played with it without making it fun. Why did Mystery accept documents on Francisca in his possession? So explain how she got here so fast. Interesting. Yeah, so far I've enjoyed the logic system. I see what you mean though, like I feel like there's lots of puzzles in these sorts of investigation games where it's like they're giving you a puzzle for the sake of giving you a puzzle and not because it's actually interesting. Sorts of boxes are piled here. This one says flammable. This one says pharmaceuticals. For exorcism use only. So what kind of operation is this airline running? I love you, Gumshoe. I love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. It would happen normally without the special key card. Unless if the passenger steals the key card. Notice anything strange happening around here? I mean, no one's been down here, right? What do you notice? We're already here at the airport for something besides the murder. Why this airport? Which is totally LAX. Join an investigation with Interpol. Dude, it's so interesting which organizations from the real world they're willing to co-opt. So Interpol got added as logic. Is there anything else down here? This CERN one was pretty funny, yeah. That time machine is a property of CERN, or wherever they show up with guns. It's like, I know people who worked at CERN, like, I assure you they don't have cool glasses. This is the one I already talked to, right? Take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. I don't think I have anything to present her. I guess I can add, well no, because I don't have that as evidence yet, it's in my logic. If they have cool glasses, they had to buy them themselves. They don't have CERN-issued black suits and black sunglasses and guns. That's for sure. No skin-tight cat suits. Change due 0 credit. 5:40 a.m. Nothing on the back. All government-sponsored science projects are Area 51. Oh. I must have gotten these glasses from forever ago and never actually gotten a chance to do them. Well, I'm guessing the glass shards are from the broken glasses, so let's try that. Connect. Maybe we can safely conclude these fragments from a pair of glasses. I know, right? Maybe she's buying them on credit. Just early to draw the conclusion, I believe the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. I guess it didn't actually give me anything on the glasses. Alright, so maybe Interpol is linked with the other thing. Maybe the dead guy is Interpol. Why would Mr. Hanks have documents profiling Francesca? think it's more likely Mr. Hicks was, in fact, an Interpol agent. Siska has some explaining to do. Truth behind Hicks. Here we go. What are you talking about? Found a profile detailing information about you and the victim's luggage. Prepared for him so he could recognize you when he landed. So not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? Should have known you'd figure it out. The trail of a large international smuggling ring. I love the little sprite icon for smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate the crime. It was I who put him on this case. Supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone. Well, his cell phone's missing. It was on a lanyard. Which is a weird place to put a cell phone, but okay. Pretty definitive evidence. Agent Hicks came down to the cargo hold. There's nothing but luggage. He forgot something in his suitcase. No, man. Smuggling is probably happening. Do you know what he intended to pursue? She didn't know anything until after he landed. Normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself as a member of the crew. Entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yeah, how many flights does a flight attendant go on per day? Maybe a max of like 3 or 4, depending on how short they are. I hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase plopped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. Still kind of looks like he shouldn't fit in there, but... At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. So there was money scattered on the elevator floor. Investigation complete. And I got some health back. Is it Edgeworth? The killer could be none other than Miss Rotatinere. Okay, at least it's not me. Was a crew member, any one of them would have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is a key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Rotatinere. It's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I mean, she said she lost her key card, though. Does the receipt give her an alibi or something? Hold on a second. Chairs on top of a cable. There we go. Rebuttal. I actually didn't see an obvious one to present on, so I'll just press and see what happens. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there. Yeah. Pilot definitely can never get out of his seat for any reason on a modern plane. You get the blow-up autopilot, right? It's highly likely the key card was stolen from Miss Tenero. A likely story. And you call yourself a disciple of my father. She really should stop talking him up. Because if this game took place before Von Karma got caught. You're a disgrace. It's not just the key card that gives her away. She might have some deep-seated daddy issues. Yeah. Right, no, it's definitely after Von Karma was caught. Do we say this takes place like between Act 4 and 5 of Phoenix Wright 3 or something, or immediately after Phoenix Wright 3? The key to the display case that held the murderous bank.
Hold it.
Objection!
Stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. You must keep on insisting that it's a fake. What is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. You know, we've searched the entire cargo hold and come up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined to help us? I mean, he should have... This is one of those things where, like, this should be super obvious. This should have already happened. But I have to be really careful in these games to not get ahead of what should have already happened off screen. Everything happens on screen. We did look at the body to see how he died, right? Like, okay, that was correct. Don't even have the autopsy results yet. A month after the final case of 3. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, they at least mentioned the wound on his head, because I'm gonna be like, did they even look at how he may have died? Because I feel like it wouldn't be beyond Phoenix Wright for the guy to have died of like poisoning and have no visible wounds on his body, and for a character like Francisca to say that the piggy bank was there, so that's the murder weapon. He was so afraid of tanukis, he died instantly when he saw it. Just confirm here. Hit on the back of his head. Okay, so that was established. You can see the blood in the back on spare. There wasn't any blood on the statue itself. Got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth. They're still doing the autopsy. They already know one thing for sure. It's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. I know we've talked a lot about the Japanese justice system, but it really makes me wonder if it's like insanely easy to frame people in Japan. I don't think that's a stupidity of the justice system being guilty until proven innocent. I think it's a stupidity of Phoenix Wright needing to give you false leads for you to prove are wrong, right? Is the wound consistent with the murder weapon? People accept a sentence just to avoid inconveniencing police. Wow, that's crazy. Luggage, my cargo. They're mine and I demand you return them to me. How'd he get in here? It's left me no choice but to use strong force. So he's gonna push him down the stairs? Oh, what does Meiwaku mean? Is there some way for me to prove this isn't the real murder weapon? of the murderous bank. Nobody can find anything that would be considered the real weapon in the hold. Did you die from falling? Weapon couldn't be found. Cause of death. I guess those are connected. Love you're doing like fact alchemy when you do logic. No, I was wrong. I thought that made sense. Actually, don't know what they want. I thought they were going to say there was no weapon. He had bruising. There must not be a weapon. I don't know what else it could be. Piggy bank? Guess that was right. I don't know why. Coach struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? It's one continuous mark, which is suggestive of a single blow to the back. Oh, it's a typo. Piggy bank, not piggyback. The murder weapon must be bigger. Okay, I guess I can follow that. I see what they're doing. Sure. Alright, well that has to go with a sizable weapon now and not smuggling. Yeah, the block is just slowly dying while you puzzle this shit out. We haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. It's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. Did I get ahead of myself? Was it that he got pushed onto something? Found the real murder weapon. If it's bigger than a piggy bank, it can be only one thing. A biggie bank. That has to exist, right? Someone's made a Biggie Smalls piggy bank. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of. I don't have evidence to show. Because it was a fall, right? By logic. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. That which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Free fall. Fell to his death? No one cares about LeBlanc still. The murder happened inside this plane. I feel like you're likely to get ahead of where they're going with it here because he has the logic pop-ups when LeBlanc falls from the stairs. Did you guys not notice him fall just now? Why is she like, where could he have fallen from? Like what literally just happened. Oh my god. Oh man. I asked this a lot during the last episode. For Phoenix Right to work, does every character have to be an idiot? The autopsy can't differentiate single from multiple impacts. Who's doing these? He fell further than that. It's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances. Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? Oh man, I thought, did we talk about this? I don't remember we talked about this or I saw this in a YouTube video or something like a video essay. But I think Roger Ebert talked about this phenomenon of the idiot plot. It's like the plot's only able to progress because everyone is an idiot. Two supposedly legendary prosecutors, yeah. I thought that was something that Aviary Attorney did a good job of subverting. What can I use to show her that the box is not always where it is now? Autopsy report, I mean, that's not going to be anything new. It has to be something we got earlier, right? Oh, transfer cargo. Yeah, here we go.
Take that.
Is that better or worse than the plot that can only progress because a normally smart person catches the idiot ball at precisely the right time? I think that's much worse when that happens, when someone's an idiot out of character. Because that totally happens sometimes. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? Zhengfa Express. Just put it onto the plane in Zhengfa. The box in question was also loaded on at the same time. Clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Yeah, so I think an example of that, Walter, is the... What was it? Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. Yeah, that's what I mean about filler sequences. Or it's like this is the kind of thing that would just be off screen. Like we would get to the next after the previous chapter ended, we'd come out and be like, okay, time of death, totally fell. Definitely not Edgeworth. We don't have to keep doing that, right? It's a good point, Walter. Begin investigation. I want to try patronizing my subordinates. That's actually pretty good. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. A leaf red statue. Let's get investigating. Goat, scissors, eyeball, dead leaf, green leaf, question mark, exclamation point, rhinoceros beetle, Hadouken, bowing man. That's how they're showing it's not speaking English. Don't go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't speak wingdings. To appease Mr. LeBlanc, I want to examine this in more detail. LeBlanc's cargo. Ship this fine piece of art from Europe. This Alif red statue is worth 10 million cents. He must have chosen the plane because of the large cargo hold. I feel like this cargo hold is bigger than a lot of cargo planes. I used to load cargo planes. They were props, but they were still pretty big. You definitely wouldn't have room for that giant staircase. At 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Oh, loading planes was fun. That's where I met Kat. I really liked that job because it was so mindless. I could just chill out and think. Also, we only had to meet like 3 times and work really hard for like an hour each time. The course of a night shift from 8 a.m. to 6 a.m. or 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. But they couldn't just pay people to work for 3 hours spread out over an 8-hour shift or 10-hour shift, right? Yeah. So they just paid us for the duration, 8 to 6, 7 hours of downtime, 3 hours of intense work. Okay, I'm sorry. Alright, I guess I got nothing new. New logic to do. Smuggling a valuable piece of art. Do we think those are connected? Those are the only 2 I have. I guess it would make sense. Don't put a huge staircase. So that's what makes me wonder, Walter, whether they come up with the puzzle objects first and then figure out how to work it into the story. Because if it's someone died from a fall is your puzzle object, it would make a lot more sense if you came up with that before you decided the case took place on a plane. Because I feel like you had a case on a plane. Falling damage is probably not how you're going to die, unless if you literally fell out of the plane, right? And some of them are clear, like the suitcases are fairly plane-centric. But then other things like the gift shop and the piggy bank are a little more unusual. I wonder if your statue might be a fake. How dare you say my art is fake? Why would you buy a suitcase? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. You're already on the plane. Vomit Comet Freefall. Oh. That's an interesting idea, Leon. There was turbulence, that was actually part of the plot. Show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? Cargo is put into the plane in Europe. Statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificates. There never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. I think that's nonsense. Oh yeah, that's the one in the picture, right? Certainly not a souvenir picture. But is it a fake though? Can I tell already from this picture? Red eyes. Yellow eyes. Maybe that's just an art asset mistake. This is the Alif Red. It gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. Thanks, Gumshoe. It's a high amount of historic value. It was unveiled at a museum in Europe. Brought it to this country to exhibit it. Closer look is warranted here. Something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. These eyes made of some sort of gem? It's a nice shade of orange. Okay, yeah. This one's a leaf yellow. Tourmaline? Is it possible this statue is a fake? Deduce. Take that. Eureka, that's right. His eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? I feel like that's the worst thing to fuck up in your your fake art, right? Like, get one of the teeth wrong or something, not the gemstones in the otherwise giant stone statue. This is like those Highlights magazine puzzles. Ah, sir, they're red. Statue is a fake. I allow you 2 seconds for your answer, and it actually paused. This is your pride and joy, right? It's the biggest trophy on this European trip. You better grab a chair, sir. I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but you'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. What? It's a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah! Now do you see? The statue before us is a fake. That's a pretty awesome animation with the wind blowing. I mean, it's also possible that the statue is real and somebody, like, popped out the rubies and replaced them with amber or tourmaline or something, right? Present you the evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. This fake means it was swapped with the real one at some point. Oh, there's a way to look down. Okay, what's down here? It's the fact that it's on top of the cloth over here, which means it has to have been put on top of the Zhongfa cargo. What did you say just now? Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinates. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Oh man. That's a really good try. I don't know what the Japanese pun or joke was there, but they gave it a shot. Alright. I don't know if it's an anime thing or it's a Japanese comedy thing, but the notion of people slightly mishearing a word seems to be fucking hilarious in Japan, or at least in anime. I guess sometimes it's funny because, like, you'll have two characters that are written very similarly. There might be like one stroke difference or they're pronounced the same way. So maybe it's funnier, but and then it gets localized into English as someone just like mishearing the word. And you're like, no, that's not what you said. They don't even really sound that similar. I think we want to show the cargo from Gen 5 to show that the cloth is below this thing. I think these games are generally pretty well localized, given that they decided to keep the number of lines of text 1-to-1, or at least it seems like that. Eureka! Puns are super popular. I like puns. I do. I just think the form, it's a pun because someone mistakenly misheard it versus like intentionally punning, you know what I mean? Since the number of syllables is limited, it's easy to make puns like that. Sure. Again, it's like an idiot pun instead of a smart pun. What about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the night? The word trauma in Japan is phonetically identical to the word tiger horse. Interesting. And those are so wildly different that you can get some funny jokes out of stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm trying to think like Western humor that has accidental puns. So it's not a pun, but it's a similar joke construction that I think is funny, like in Airplane when they're like, we have to take these people to the hospital. The hospital, what is it? Oh, it's this big building with patients in it, but that's not important right now. Like, the funny thing is that the stupid person misunderstood that the hospital, what is it, isn't asking what is the hospital, right? What's the problem? So I guess I could see, and maybe it's just the construction of the joke doesn't make it as well when localized into English. Maybe it's because when they try to localize it, it always sounds like they're having to try super hard, right? Let me have it backwards. Shirley, you can't be serious. I am serious. Don't call me Shirley. There are many, many cases in Japanese like that. The same sounds carry different meanings, and English is an uncommon phenomenon. Right. To the point, and also where, like, the same sounds have different meanings, but, like, wildly different meanings, like trauma versus tiger horse. Someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Yeah, that seems correct based on what's happened so far. Investigation complete. That one also had 4 steps to it. And that was also true from what I know of Mandarin, that you use the same phonetics for lots of different characters, so you know which one they're talking about through context. I guess maybe maybe the disconnect is just that like when it's in Japanese, the circumstance probably lines up. Like it's funny in well, maybe a good example of a joke that was localized well is the in Earthbound. There's the squid statue, and you have to get a squid eraser. This is in Mother 2, the Japanese version of the game, which I think squid eraser is some kind of Japanese pun. I don't know the specifics of it. But rather than directly localizing that into English, in order to remove the same statue in Earthbound, it's a statue of a pencil instead of a statue of a squid. So you have to get a pencil eraser, but it's not like a pencil eraser, it's a thing that destroys pencils, including the statue. But they had to like change the art asset to make that work, and they had to change a bunch of dialogue. Whereas this joke that just happened, which I'm obsessing over now, but it's interesting to me, it was just probably a throwaway pun that there was no way to make it fit, so they just localize it as he misheard you and he's an idiot, right? Yeah, because on top of everything else with Mandarin, you'll have sounds that are similar phonetically but are tonally different, which you can make puns out of. Statue wasn't in the cargo hold during the Europe Jungfa leg of the trip. There would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Yes. Be able to make these connections as a joke shows a broader knowledge and way of thinking that could be seen as intelligent, similarly with knowing a lot of onomatopoeia and appropriate uses for them. You have no problem believing the original joke was also he misheard it and he's an idiot. Okay. See, because that's the joke I don't like, Serp. There's puns in Japanese media that are an incredible stretch. Yeah. And I'm just trying to decide, am I being unfair? Do I just roll my eyes at those kinds of anime jokes because they feel low effort, or they feel like they depend on people being dumb, Hmm. I don't know, it depends. There's some Japanese comedy that's really funny to me. Because I've seen a lot of Japanese sketch comedy that's great. Reaction to luminol. There is blood in that spot. I've been reading a lot of the text here, but he fell. There was a statue. It got added after the fact. After we moved the statue, there was blood and he fell. The original suspicion is true. Yeah, Yakutate Japan, I think, is funny. One Punch Man is funny. Yeah, but I guess the puns aren't the funny part. The wordplay is, or at least the localized wordplay is lame. Bottom of the barrel. How did the killer clean up the blood? He didn't? Question mark? Oh, with the cloth. Okay, makes sense.
Take that!
How you been, Donovan? Clean up all the blood, otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. Murder happened before the plane landed in Jungfa. There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. Oh, geez. How far along are you, Nodovan? Have you signed anything yet? Murder occurred before we landed in Jungfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Oh, I didn't know you were doing a new build. Interesting. Well, even if you already signed, if you wanted to send any of the documents to me to take a look at, like I said, I spent several years working in the mortgage department at Chase, both in the call center, knowing what can go wrong, and in the back-end project department, knowing what kind of problems people reported. Zachary Hicks was there in his seat when we took off at 5 a.m. That's the only testimony that I have, so that's the only one that I can bring up, right? It's got to be Miss Mills. Because we know... Where's my Zhengfa? Oh, do they just update this to call it cargo from Zhengfa? Between 4 and 5 a.m. Alright. Yeah, Miss Mills' testimony. Highly suspect. Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but... I'll send that to anyone else, especially in the U.S., because, you know, that's where I was in the mortgage department. But if anyone's looking into getting a house and would like someone to look over it, I have found a couple ways that mortgage companies have screwed people in the process of them trying to get a mortgage, so I'd be happy to help. Quicken Loans tried to get away with raising Sailor Dan's interest rate by like 2%. And after I told him to call them about it, he called them and they're like, oh, that must have just been a typo. It's like, it's a typo that if I hadn't have said anything about would have increased the amount I'm paying you by a significant amount. So the premise of that chapter, or that sequence, namely, there wasn't a murder weapon. Actually, he fell, and it was covered up by the... We know that he fell because the new cargo is a fake, and it's on top of the cargo that we know was loaded at 4 o'clock. Cool concept. Probably didn't need to be 30 minutes or however long that was. No, I mean, because mortgage documents aren't terribly risky information for the most part. I've had people just kick me PDFs over like Facebook Messenger, but if you find something that you're comfortable with, let me know. I'd be happy to review them. I guess if it's got like your loan number and your social on it, then maybe you want to be careful, yeah. You could block all of that out too if you're worried about it. Just redact anything that you're concerned about. And Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat. However, that is simply not possible because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. I love how Chamomile is still not reacting. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? I mean, that's understatement of the century, right? No one could make a mistake quite so large. Yeah, she's drooling. Her name is Chamomile. She's sleepy. Maybe I was blitzed out of my mind. Look at me. Miss Meal, tell me about your alibi during the time span from just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect? Three to 4. I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. I feel like Chamomile is a really good localized name for her. I wonder what her name was in the Japanese. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Oh, thanks, sir. I forgot.
Hold it.
That's a great testimony. She's just drooling. I'm awake, I'm awake. Oh, I see, sure. Do something about this flight attendant this instant. What's the name or reference to then? Oh, white noise. Like sleeping to white noise, maybe. It's in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Food is being served in first class in a lounge between the hours of 3 and 4. Kind of stuff's run by Rhoda. You are neglecting your duties. Yeah, that's why Cammy Meal is a clever name.
Hold it.
I'm awake, I'm awake. Why's she eating gumshoe? Five to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. You were alone the entire time, were you? No one else even popped their head in to say hi. I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. Raise an objection. I don't know why yet. There's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. It's not possible you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. Things that mention timestamps. Seats. Bought in the in-flight shop and left in attendance room at 5:40 a.m. So that must be when Rhoda dropped it off. She would have been in there with her, right? I think that's right. I would be happy to, Donovan. I'll take a look tonight.
Take that.
Yeah, and that's you're not how do I put this? You're not wrong to be worried because the system is set up to take advantage of the fact that people getting into mortgages for the first time don't know all the ins and outs and terminology and crap like that. But it will probably be okay, and I can let you know what to look out for after the build is done, if that helps. You're probably right. My friend Haypack said this to me recently. It's rational to be worried. You probably don't have to panic. Like, it contradicts her own testimony that she was doing service calls at 5 a.m. Currently says 5:40. Question should be present as a witness so we may straighten out your complex lie. Between the hours of 5 and 6, you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop. To the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. Were you really between the hours of 5 and 6? Miss Cammy Meal. Nature calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's too convenient to be true. Can I prove she wasn't in the bathroom? Would you give me a chance and hear me out? I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. You think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda, too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Only you are under suspicion for now. Because she was my gumshoe. Oh, maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. Not what she meant, apparently. actually kind of likes. I have no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. Way to go, Edgeworth. What you get for calling her designs hideous. Suspect me because I'm one of the crew. You're also sus as fuck in general. Statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies. If I wasn't an attendant, you wouldn't suspect me then, would you? What? Why would you lie about? That's a huge thing to lie about.
Hold it.
Yes, thanks, Among Us. I'm not going to upload it. I spent the whole time not being clear on when I was in mute in Discord versus muted on stream. So it's not a very good video. It had to have been there.
Hold it.
I actually have no idea how streamers handle Among Us if they have to be quiet for long sections when everyone's still on Discord. Do they just mute themselves in Discord and keep talking to the channel? Gotcha. Maybe push to talk for Discord. Okay. I guess I've always just used voice activity because of the... I've had noise removal on my machine for like 4.5 years, so... Maybe I'll do that if we ever play it again. Andrew is completely uninterested in playing it again, though, so... It would just be me. Take care of anything that has to do with Borginian. That is interesting. Did she get a new line from that? No, I guess not. That makes her super suspicious. Your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes. But why? Let's sneeze 1 sec. A lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime. Demand that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questioning. I do not honestly believe Miss Mill does any actual work aboard the flight. That's not true, Mr. Edgeworth, although... All I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Borginian stuff. What exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff? Translate things from and into Borginian. Cammy's the only member of the crew who understands Borginian, Mr. Edgeworth. Interesting. Shit-eating grin. Totally pull my weight around here. It's very unladylike to push suspicion on someone else. What? Is it? It's very sus. It must be a really abstract concept, huh? The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head. Oh, we're back to the beginning, but I think I got a new line here. Usually whenever they give you a new line, that implies something important. So let's take a look here. Travel wallet. There is but a passport inside. Republic of Virginia passport. Back of his head. Sky magazine. That was for an earlier puzzle about the flight itinerary. Photo taken in front of the statue with the cell phone. Missing cell phone. Did the killer take it? Cargo from Zhengfa. Spinel's testimony. Virginian cloth. We didn't get anything on this other than it said that there was blood on it. Suitcase receipts, autopsy reports. Document of Virginian says statue was loaded on board in Europe, but statue is a fake. So she... Well, this is the only thing that's in Virginian. The only thing that's related to her. I don't know why that would cause me to present it on that, right? I guess maybe the problem is that I'm only presenting it because it was the only thing that's even kind of connected to the new statement that they added. But it doesn't seem to be a contradiction. Less of it saying she's responsible for the smuggling, right?
Objection!
How many Virginians do they have taking these flights? They need a dedicated translator. It's the main European country in this universe. Signature on this document. And does it look like her signature? This is a falsified piece of documentation with one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Virginian is you. Okay, I get it, okay. I'm surprised that that was presented as like a court case thing. Oh man. Getting a breakdown from her. She's playing bubbles. Like, what the fuck? Confessing to having participated in the smuggling. I was like, why is that so threatening? It's supposed to be like sneezing bubbles or snot bubbles, or is it like saying that her sleepy act is just an act? That's the source of the nose bubbles, okay. I have as my signature on a piece of paper. Seems she's finally woken up. This is gonna be one tough fight. Suppose, and this is just a supposition. Now, I assume, like, her tone has shifted to that, like, super serious lady character anime tone. You know? Like, Gogo Yubari and Kill Bill when she switches between being a schoolgirl and, like, a murder girl. She's been holding the teddy bear the whole time. I actually just noticed it a little bit earlier in the conversation. I thought she was holding like a bag or something. I think that's the mascot of the airline. Just when he was about to close and he's killed by a member of the smuggling ring. Set up play. What's her breakdown going to be? The bubble popping violently? First it was myself, and now it's Miss De Niro who's under the microscope. Seems to me our killer is going to great lengths to pin the crime on anyone they can. she was the intended target from the beginning. Plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicion. What? I have no idea. Okay, things that are related to Miss Teneros. Don't get ahead of it. What is the most simple thing the game could possibly be asking of you? Find a piece of evidence that has something to do with Rhoda. Wallet, crime scene notes, magazine, footprints, piggy bank, cell phone, photo, cargo, her testimony. The suitcase is where the body was put, and it was designed by her, so maybe that. Suitcase receipt, autopsy. So, okay, here's the problem. Like, to me, Chamomile has mentioned that only Rhoda had access to the cargo hold with her key card. So that makes me think that the thing that she did to frame her was by taking her key card and then killing Hicks in the cargo hold where only Rhoda could have done it. So I'm going to pick autopsy report because it's, well, the autopsy report doesn't say that he fell. I don't have any evidence that says he fell. That was a logical deduction. Fuck. I feel like that's the answer. You killed her in here to blame Rhoda. But this is the one that's most obviously connected to Rhoda. Use your logic with the Japanese quotes on either side of it. Oh, fuck, it was a suitcase. I guess that makes sense, though. She's getting mad. Not quite all the way there. She's tugging on the teddy bear head, too. Tanuki head. And only all these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murderer. Turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back in the suitcase. They made do with whatever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. Killer went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. That's pretty complicated, but okay. Why'd the killer need to frame someone that badly? When the murder took place, where the murder took place, who the murder victim was. Oh, this might have been the thing I was getting at earlier, that it happened in the cargo hold, which meant it had to be crew. Or I thought it was specifically it had to be Rhoda, but okay, that was right. That's why I was going to pick autopsy before. Wait, he's giving a different reason than I thought he was going to give. Well, whatever. It was the right answer, but when it was where the murder took place, he didn't mean in the cargo hold. He meant that it was on a plane. Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. This is a cool song. Isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I can't fit into the big picture. The phone, right? That's because it went missing and still is. Phoenix Wright, the localization team, occasionally likes to throw in a legal term like perjury, and it's like, holy shit, you can't just throw that word out there after the game is clearly established and doesn't give a fuck about that, right? They usually just do it for a gag, though. You're waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. I think the missing cell phone was one of the first pieces of evidence we got. Agent Hicks' cell phone couldn't be found at the crime scene. If we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Victim fell to his death from that height. Wouldn't his phone break as well? We wouldn't know that until we try a little experiment. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? It's like Better Call Saul. Better find that phone fast. Hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir. Oh, they can hear it from all the way up here. Is it in Rhoda's locker and she planted there? The culprit would have been so dumb as to try the same trick twice. Rhoda's locker. Shock. As soon as you picked the phone, I figured the call the missing phone thing was what would play out.
What? Nani?
Good timing on that, Ravana. She planted it there. She planted it there. She planted it there. She planted it there. Maybe it's crazy talk, not a... Arrest Rhoda right away. So we're talking about Roger Ebert, idiot ball, plots that require everyone to be an idiot to work. And there's just this other thing that it's like idiot dramatic irony, where there's not dramatic irony in the sense of like a horror movie where you know that there's a monster at the top of the stairs and you're having to watch the protagonist go toward it when they don't know what the audience knows. But I feel like they use it in game mechanics so often where it's like, don't you feel awesome for figuring out who the killer was? None of the characters knew. It's like, no, I don't. These characters are supposed to be awesome. It's frustrating watching them all be stupid. I make that complaint a lot about Persona. And Death Note's not like the height of brilliant detective storytelling, but at least like the characters are ahead of the audience. Because there's a way to go too far in the other direction, like the Stephen Moffat Sherlock show, where like it's impossible to follow along with the mystery and guess at what's going on because Sherlock always has hidden information. It's not fair play. Idiot dramatic irony. There's a crack in the screen. You can't even place a call with a crack in the screen? I bet people would beg to differ. Foils War. What is it? Is it a show or a movie? Camera lens. That's part of the fun of whodunits and mysteries. If they're well written, like, once you find out who did it, you should be able to look at it and go, oh, I see how I could have figured that out, right? Without it being super obvious. BBC mystery show set in World War II England. Oh, cool. When did it come out? Like what year or decade? No, what's that, Ludifex? That sounds up my alley. A cell phone. Can it take pictures? I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. Early 2000. Around the time the BBC getting in their golden age of television. That's cool, Ludifex. Cool song. Maybe some inconvenient photos in here for a killer smuggler who totally didn't go through the phone and delete any pictures. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. Pull that up here and I'll read this case. The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. It's reason enough to believe the killer wasn't able to erase the data. Oh. That's smart. The killer isn't very familiar with electronics. The phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. Possible the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Yeah, that looks pretty incriminating. It's true. We know that he fell. Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? Is it the fact that suitcases are here in this photo is odd? Agent Hicks is still alive, so what exactly is so odd about the suitcases that haven't been used yet being there? Pointing out things that are different between now and then. Your off-topic ramblings have put this attendant to sleep yet again. To give her a deafening awakening and a rude contradiction. What's all this? Cargo ship from Virginia to Zhangfa. The reason they're here now is that they were dropped off in Zhangfa. Can you tell me the contents of the boxes? There's no English written on them. It says Bowing Man, Key, Scissors, Leaf, Eyeball, Hadouken. Cloth in English. Oh, that makes sense. Could it be? Is this where the killer... Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture. What? The cargo and this piece of evidence. I mean, it said the word on the cargo is cloth. So I have Virginian cloth. This makes me wonder if this is a, like, localization one. Present it. Seems like it's right. Killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. There's one thing that bothered me the whole time. Where did it come from? The box. How does that get us closer to being this meal? Killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. The only crew member that fits that description is you. Oh, okay, that's fair. I get it. Because the boxes are written in Borginian, so I immediately should have been thinking about her. Because she needed a cloth. Yeah, right, the killer searched through all the boxes. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian. It's like, yeah, because it wasn't like, you know, blood sopping up cloth. There's no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. The killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian. The killer would have opened this box first. Oh, okay. That's actually clever then. Alright, I get it. Because bed sheets is in English. And if they needed something right away to clean it up, they would have gone for bed sheets. I just assumed that was a weird, like, why of all the English words on a box to put in there. I guess I should have assumed that anything that was there was evidence. That's pretty clever. Props to the game, it got me. There's a couple things like that. I want to say in Phoenix Wright 3, there's an area where there's like a word that's in English that's cut off because presumably it took up less space in the Japanese version. So I was just like, whatever, they're just trying to get rid of Japanese text. That doesn't mean anything, I'm sure. Bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? If I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. Killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Means they had to read Borginian. I like that. That's a really good... That's a smart answer. Good job. Miles Edgeworth 1. Borginian cloth. That's a horse of a different color. Killer knew it was to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhangfa. That's why the Borginian cloth was used. The only Borginian reader on board who could make such a calculated decision. Oh, I see. I think I also missed the fact that the Borginian boxes were no longer here. Hey, there's our breakdown. Easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes are resealed. All we have to do is contact the Zhangfa authorities in time. Gumshoe knows Borginian and he is the killer. I mean, LeBlanc clearly speaks Borginian, but he also wasn't here, so... Confess here and now. There's the full breakdown, nice. It is bubbles popping. The ooze or the bubbles, I guess. That's pretty good. It's a good thing none of the regular passengers could have conceivably stolen a key card and gotten into the cargo hold. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. There had to have been plenty of passengers speaking Borginian for it to justify. They probably should have done like a biosensor or something. Like they have to use their fingerprint, but then, you know, there would be conclusive evidence of who did it. It wouldn't be a puzzle. Most over-the-top bubble popping you've ever seen. Finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? Taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. Probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. The ring behind this whole mess means serious business. There's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Oh, is this going to connect into whatever the next case is? No problem. I think I like this case better than the first one, although it had a lot of silly aspects. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. It's a $1,200 suitcase that can fit a man in it. I would take it. Although I guess Edgeworth is rich as fuck if he's flying first class in this crazy luxury liner. Can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun. It was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By earthquake, he means turbulence. Miss Von Karma's always really busy, flying from country to country to chase down leads regarding her case. It costs extra to fly in a plane that ignores the laws of both physics and economics. Hope Springs Airport. No intention of wasting your time. It's been a while since we last met. I have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Who do you think I am? A Salmonella was sitting by the window. It's all of the elite speak, right? Your father didn't lose a single case for 40 years as prosecutor. I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? I mean, the one time that he was outed as being fucking Dracula? Sounds like a dangerous assignment. There's another agent on the case with me. A star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. I feel like they just set themselves up. Everyone's the fucking best, right? Ace investigator. Ace Interpol agent. There's an intro tutorial case before the plane. It involves another prosecutor. It's a little bit longer than tutorial cases in the first 3 games. It happens in Edgeworth's office. How much did you get his salary by? I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Safety first. There used to be another Phoenix Wright parody game. Everyone you meet is the 3rd best in their field. Or the worst in their field. I'm really sad about the circumstances surrounding Aviary Attorney, like releasing unfinished and possibly for too much money. So I feel like it's a gem. It got review bombed for some like procedural publishing mistakes. Was Phoenix Wright 3's tutorial case the flashback one with Phoenix Wright as a kid? And like the electrical cable or whatever? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Amano? Ernest Amano? Can't ask this of anyone else. Son has been kidnapped. Yay, episode 2 complete. Kidnap Turnabout. Yeah, they're usually a bit shorter. I think the pattern has been that the last case is always like long as fuck, right? Especially in the first game where the last case was added after the original release. Only the best kidnappers in the business could have pulled this off. Ace kidnappers. It's time. Should I know the name Ernest Amano? Doesn't sound familiar. Okay. Who would have thought that upon my return I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? So I assume that the smuggling is going to come back for the last one. He's there, safe inside the suitcase. All I have to do is wait for instructions from the kidnapper. Well, that's a nice touch that he keeps the suitcase. I think it kind of works for Phoenix Wright, the like small universe thing where, you know, instead of there being a new security guard, it's always Larry Butts or whatever. Gatewater. Welcome to Gatewater Land. What? This guy looks like the mascot for the police department. I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Photo rally. Proto Bee. Were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture with me? Who are you? I assume they're doing this to indicate that the voice is like distorted, but it's hard to now read it, like the SpongeBob making fun of the thing someone just said meme. Playground taunting meme. Yeah. Are you a cop? Are you a cop? I'm a prosecutor. Trying to decide if that's a problem. The royal we, man. No funny stuff. Bring me the money. Or bring the money with you to the stadium. Gumshoe, come through for me this one time. I love the bottom screen is like there's like silhouettes of a bunch of cool characters. SpongeBob speaking. Come to the haunted house. They're gonna kill that poor woman. Oh, that's a nice touch with the mirrors. Nice, Gummy. What a dismal place. Go through those doors. Leave the money and go now. No. He's just groaning. Hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. Nice, sir. Could even catch a glimpse of the kidnapper. Keep an eye on the haunted house until police backup arrives. No, that's creepy. And then Edgeworth fucking died. It was a trap. Oh no, he's using headphones. I fear I may faint again. How long was I out? It's supposed to be a simple affair. Why have I been taken hostage as well? Gumshoe must have lost sight of me at some point. He confused by the mirror or something? I feel like they went to a lot of trouble for that cool little effect, for it to not mean anything. Huh. Ernest Amano, director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. He's got Buddha ears. Oh, I'm a great debt of gratitude. Top kidnappers. His only son Lance has been kidnapped. They're gonna kill that poor man. Do you think Edgeworth brought him a ringer? Do you think he had his dirty undies in the suitcase? 100% successful kidnap rate. Oh, this is one of the cool people from the silhouettes on the bottom screen. She's a ninja lady.
I don't know the word Zaibatsu. What does that mean? Mega corporation? Totally not Japanese, is that right? Pretty normal attire in California. Corporation. Corporate conglomerates. Surprised they didn't like localize the word. A great thief. Yatagarasu? Great thief. The Yataga, yeah, that Edgeworth knows about. Real name is Kay Faraday. Okay. You can call me Kay, Kay. I like her character design, despite it being silly in the Japan-America thing. Yeah. I remembered them referring to some infamous Japanese thing in the first case, but I didn't remember if it was that. She gonna be my gumshoe for the first part of the case? Great thief. Real, genuine Yatagarasu. It's a long enough word that I'm not sure where to put the emphasis. Is it just on the second syllable? Usually when I see words that end in SU, it sounds like the U at the end is read so fast as to be practically skipped over. Ace thief. She hasn't stolen anything in front of me yet. Short but vocalized. Yatagarasu. I was talking about Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. Gotcha. Eight-handed crow. Okay, that sounds familiar. Thing and only one thing I want to steal. Five-livered blackbird. You never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. How can you remember something I just told you? I thought we'd had some discussion about how usually the second syllable gets a mild emphasis. Maybe misremembering a unrelated conversation. I think I got that as a correction from saying that you pronounce everything exactly evenly. Case by case, I see. Begin investigation. Like the bad badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. I want Edgeworth to wear it. Didn't realize he had like a goatee. The bad badger. Gatewaterland pamphlets. Haunted House, Stadium, Wild Wild West, Main Gate. Why would they put the Wild Wild? Okay, it's fine. Huh. Proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Which is why it's never been on the screen. I don't think I've had to use that yet. Something in the bottom right box. Pink Badger costume. Pink Badger? A black car. Study up on the whole Badger clan with this. Proto Badger is the very first Badger. Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Pink Badger, note her unique pink bow. Okay. Bad Badger, a vile criminal with a gun. Eight boxes, 7 of them are empty. 7 of the costumes are in use right now. Aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Gatewater Group owes the police from all those cases they solved. That's bizarre, but okay. I guess they just wanted to reuse existing thing instead of making new thing, which is kind of a Ace Attorney tradition. I know, right? Alter. Handcuff-shaped double looping roller coaster. Key there. Want to take a look? This is definitely a key. Thanks, Kay. The something is what is relevant to my interests. Doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? I don't understand, Edgeworth. Blue Badger Photo Rally. I don't know if I've ever seen the phrase photo rally before. Take a picture of every member of the Badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering throughout the park. Best of luck. See how this is going to be important. Start with a picture of that. You can't do that, that's cheating. Yeah, but there's 2 of each box, right? 8 handspans, Crow. Oh, I see. I thought Crow because, you know, crows steal things. And hands because, like... What's this game? Oh, it's a mythological animal. I see. So it's meant to be a very large crow, not a crow with a bunch of claws. There's only one of each badger. Try to get the whole badger family. What are my logic options here? I already checked this area. I assume if he says that, that means I'm done. It's a Pokemon in Shin Megami Tensei. Okay. You'd make a good thief, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't replace my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Even if you wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Can I open the locker doors? I love that I have to use logic for that. I mean, I think that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's a little silly. Tiny key. Fact alchemy. I can't see a clear connection between lockers and a key? A tiny key at that? Okay. Oh, there's a thing here. Is this my phone? I made it through the ordeal intact. Croberus. Womp womp. There's a cell phone here this whole time. To come, she should have contacted the precinct for backup. Only I hadn't lost sight of you. Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to make do with me. Is it make do? D-U-E? I thought it was make do. D-O. Sure long of Interpol. What exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or global scale. I think Ludifex was right to compare Interpol in this game to CERN and Steins Gate. You're the one in a world of trouble. Why would you say that? As long as it says, the pack that runs together stays together. Make do is an older example. Okay. Should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry this happened because of a lapse in judgment. I request you help me out of here post haste. No can do. Sorry, 1 second. Some jank that I just noticed on the camera. No can do. Fighting the kidnapper now, I haven't got any hands to spare. My pack moves as one, and you're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Prosecutor-son. Phone ran out of power. Sure to find a way out. paint buckets. Could paint help in really giant letters. Pray tell would see these giant letters. You just booster up the thing. Light the paint on fire and send colored smoke signals. Okay, so the paint doesn't do anything. This is the beam I was tied to. Perhaps we can make it over and out the window if we climb this. It's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. This hook looks like it might be a good foothold. This beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know? I don't know what else to investigate. That's the same as what we saw before. Tries to jump up there and she can't make it. Oh, new dialogue. The kidnapping. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? They locked you up here. It sounded like they went into the next room. Oh, I see. So her little logo on her scarf has 3 legs. I am dealing with 2 kidnappers here. Sure, the Proto Badger was a bad guy at the beginning. Kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Big sun motif. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. I love that that's like the canned dialogue line when you get one of these first person investigation sequences. Oh man. After church, some Christian kid picked up all of those folding chairs at once. Okay, let's see. Shirt has a pattern that's classically associated with thieves. Interesting. These 2 rooms are similar in structure. Is that what I think it is? The kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a specific way. Oh, is it that hook? This building was originally built with a basement or underground area. So beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold a propped up floor panel. I may have found a handy hint to how we'll get out of here. Is that kind of what the thief class looks like in Final Fantasy as well? I already checked this. Okay, that means I'm done. Thanks, game. So if we looked under the tarp, there would be another exit thing. Let's see. Beam I was tied to. Open floor panel. Yay! Fact alchemy. Wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, it's here for a different purpose. That's a cool use of the logic system. The last case I felt like didn't use logic as interestingly in the second half. I guess I'll have to look at the pattern. Click that. Oh, weird. Okay. Another entrance to the secret hidden basement. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Zoidberg, a diplomat? The list of things I've heard now contains everything. I know that Futurama episode is mostly laughing about like 80s anime, but it's still pretty great. Some good stuff in there. It does have a Dragon Ball Z joke. The dance is so complex, the eye can barely follow it. You need to use a tiny key you've taken quite a liking to. Okay, I can see the little pattern now. Huh. I wonder why. There's a list of things you've heard now contain itself. Sets upon sets. There was a ladder. Oh, it fell, okay. So I want to look at the rogue costume in like Final Fantasy XIV. I'm trying to think of other later Final Fantasies that have more detail on the classic thief outfit, and they kind of stopped doing it in the 3D era. But I think before you become a ninja, when you unlock rogue in Final Fantasy XIV, they get the classic thief costume super briefly. Underground ladder looks as it can be easily removed, but is it safe to use? We use it with the lockers? Fact alchemy. I really thought I was going to use the tiny key on the lockers to open the doors of the lockers to climb on the doors. Your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? The ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. It's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Oh, ask historians. Nice. It's one of the best subreddits. Best moderated subreddits. Okamuri. Average burglar would walk inside a house with nothing. He'd pick up a fur sheet, keep him inside the house, set everything he wants inside it, and walk away with it. They were so ubiquitous, the burglar wouldn't even bring his own. That's cool. Case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. So, like, that sequence felt like it was a silly, we need to have gameplay little chapter, but at least was neat because there were stakes, right? It's like, oh, you're trapped in a room and you have to go to the room. So I guess I don't mind it as much. It's just frustrating when, like, there's no stakes and the problem could be solved by, you know, just bringing Francisca up to speed on what's happening. In a Wild West town. Stopped raining for now. No idea how hard it was raining earlier. Hey, it's Gumshoe. The 10-gallon hat saloon. Shifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. The fuck? Yeah, I do like that it's original. Everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Song's cool. You infidel, how dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Monzo says, the cub who disrespects others soon feels a disciplinary bite of an elder. Don't you forever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Shit. Please accept my card. No, thank you. Exchanging business cards. This is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zungfa. The highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Ace Interpol agent. There's a rumor or two about you. You solved the murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? It took a while to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. What? It happened within hours. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliche. If I had been there, no one would have died. It would have solved the entire case. Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. In a world where trials are wrapped up in 3 days, an investigation taking 3 hours is lengthy. Yeah, you're supposed to just kind of walk in and say, well, there's all the things, he did it, let's go. You get to skip all the trials in this game. Please allow me to participate. Not so fast! This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. What? Come on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy. You dare to mock the court? This is pretty typical of an Interpol agent, I'm sure. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? Oh, there's so many funny lines in this, like... Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Good job on the perimeter around Gatewaterland. Find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. I love the super lo-fi crowd noise. I feel like there's crowd noise in some Super Nintendo games that sounds better than that. Super Mario All-Stars. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? I have to ask Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Hey Gumshoe, what's up? Great job, detective. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. Does the prosecutor's office have anything to do with detectives in Japan? Whoa, what the fuck is happening here? Just 3 in a row is surprising. Sure was the precinct you called for backup. I thought the army of agents were just local police that were listening to him. Ace spammers. There you go. That Wolfman showed up out of nowhere. What is he after? Who is that? The girl over there. Kay Faraday, Master Thief. Not me! I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me? It's been like that since forever. Someone should make a fucking dead serious Law and Order Phoenix Wright style visual novel game. I think there have been a couple of Law and Order video games. I don't know how they're constructed. Can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I think Law and Order is the only, like, vanilla Law and Order is the only, like, police slash courtroom procedural that I can stomach. Because The Wire is really good, and it's all police, though. And it's not really about the police, it's more about the community. And CSI games, too. CSI... really don't like Criminal Minds. Andrea's really into that. Quite the mystery, this one. What are you gonna do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. You're a self-reported great thief, are you not? You've never seen NCIS. Not just any ordinary great thief. I am the Yadagarasu. It's only after one thing. One and only one. She's doing this to her nose? Only interested in one thing, the truth. More character driven than CSI? Okay. I feel like vanilla Law and Order is a lot of morality plays. It's a lot of like, let's examine a real life court case and like maybe take it in a different direction or explore how police misbehaving can cause somebody to get thrown out. Like, I feel like it has more in common with TNG. Yeah, I could do a character-driven show. Because I get irritated with police procedurals that are like, the rules are just holding us back, man. Criminals get away. Jack Bauer kind of crap, you know? The characters disappear in the stories, right? I do like a lot of characters in Law and Order. There are a couple character-themed episodes. Like Chris Noth had a couple of good ones. A lot of good Jack episodes. The Yadagarasu like to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was set forth. The chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with the card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yadagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yadagarasu? That can't be, can it? Yeah. Lenny's great. They did some cool character stuff with Benjamin Bratt having an affair. 30-year-old Law and Order spoilers. Dun dun. There's an episode of Community that's like it's a perfect Law and Order send up. Oh, they get everything right. It's so good. Even down to having the coffee cups and like the prosecutors eating Chinese food. It's really stupid little things like that. It must have been fun to go to the creative whiteboard and what are all the things from Law and Order we have to have in our send up episode, right? And we were seeing with Hypnospace Outlaw for Subblock a couple weeks ago. What are all the things you'd have to include in a 90s website game? This dude is so weird looking. Is that cash that he has in his belt? Is he garlic? Or what is he wearing? Ernest Amano. We have the Buddha ears. Consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. They're just floofy tassels. Okay. Okay, it was cash in his belt. What happened to all that money? Because he's supposed to be crazy rich? He hasn't called me daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. Lance Amano. What kind of person is Lance? Lots to be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Turned 21 this year. It's very much like me when I was his age. Anything else about him you've noticed? Haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Is this our first Ace Attorney game with a butler? Maybe I forgot. Oliver Deacon. Fortune 500 CEO. Okay. It's funny now that these games have been localized several times. Just imagine the actual developers who don't give a shit about the localization process being like, what can we add that's so overwhelmingly Japanese just to fuck with the localization team? Tried everything I could think of. Well, we called him Miles. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like a name I better keep in mind. Let's begin our investigation. Can't twiddle our thumbs. Begin investigation. Can't leave this area. Culprits are here until only very recently. We'll be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. You imbecile. It's just interesting how many cases have, like, extremely Japanese elements to them. Often there's like a core element of the solution to the case is some cultural Japanese concept as opposed to it just being like a setting, like a maid cafe or something. That one you swear they're screwing with the localization team. Do your little investigation. Is this how they're going to explain why it's not Gumshoe? I may as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Okay, whatever you say, game. Edgeworth is like, I may as well surrender and let the writers do this. They want to bring this wacky ninja lady in. The plot demands a quirky girl be glued to me at all times. I guess that's fine. I felt like the flight attendant being your Gumshoe for the first part of the second case was a little bit more natural. I mean, she did literally come out of nowhere. Can you please drop that already? There's a kitty. Got you now, you vile criminals. Game doesn't let me pet the kitty. Unplayable trash. I know how you're supposed to pronounce NNGH ellipsis. Like, ugh. One of those things you tie horses to? You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Sequitur is the only way to describe your log. Well, she had to throw out the Asian friend thing, right? He usually makes the sound when he has his damage taken animation. Can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. So is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Placer slang peyote. Can't get away with making fun of forefathers. Oh, what's it a reference to? Horses are painted on the garage door to complete the Wild West theme. It looks so lifelike, don't you think? Blue Badger. She gonna take the picture? Badger get. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. I could ask him to take his head off. He's doing that contorted wriggling dance again. You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir. I was to remain under that head, sir. Hey, it's Meekins. I haven't seen him in a while. basically a Meekins character in Aviary Attorney. Does he have something to hide? Mike Meekins. I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. Creating memories and dreams for the kids. It's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. This is my shot at making detective. Look, he looks different than he did in the previous games. Aiming low there, Meekins. Why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits. It's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper. Agent Long is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor. Okay. Any clues? Responsible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. Didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. I insist you tell me more about your recent movements. Been playing Blue Badger this whole time and getting into it. About 1 hour ago I came over here. I haven't seen any suspicious looking people this whole time. I did see a badger, a lone blue badger. What you said just now is contradictory to the facts. I happen to know everything about the inner workings of the mascots at this park. It's Blue Badger Bible. Photo rally. There's only one of each. You have committed a heinous contradiction, Beacons.
Even though there's enough boxes for there to be 2 of each, but whatever.
Said you saw a blue badger, right? Take a look at this. What you saw was not supposed to happen. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. As long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another Blue Badger wandering the premises. It's a great reaction shot. There are 2 Blue Badgers walking around, but why? Okay. Let's see what else is over here. Let me through here. Set a tire track. So I didn't even see that. I just did it because I saw examine. Left during the passing rain. Tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. Must be a special type of car. Oh, but that didn't add any entries. Interesting. Oh wow. Rain was falling out here when I was being held in there. Left us with nice footprints. So, muddy shoes. It won't be that easy. There are quite a few different sets here. I don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. only knew what kind of shoes they were wearing, we'd be able to track the kidnappers from the footprints. I mean, they were wearing the silly badger shoes, right? Let's see if I got anything for logic right now. Yeah, we do have, I was calling this out earlier, there's enough boxes for multiple costumes. Hey, I was worried that it was going to yell at me. Second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly the true identity of the person underneath is... well, the kidnappers, right? Person wore a costume to get away. Alright, and that's how I'm going to connect that we know what kind of shoes they're wearing. Blue badger, a proto badger, and a bad badger. 3 phony badgers running around somewhere in the park. So there's not an extra pink badger. Just to combine these, I'm pretty sure that's right, because that's what I was saying earlier about knowing what kind of shoes they have. Yeah, I was right. I need to follow the paw prints of badgers. I investigate again to go badger hunting. 2 sets here. They both look like possible candidates. Just walking off to the west. I mean, it stops because there's no dirt anymore. Head towards the stadium. Headed east. Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got him. I've got one of the culprits. Oh, she's trying. Criminals are each wearing a costume. Maybe they came over to this garage for something. Maybe now I can look at the tire prints. Oh shit. I guess there hasn't been a murder yet. Didn't we have one case that wasn't a murder? Or maybe there was a murder eventually. It was just like a theft or something? Who is this man? Oh, it's the butler. Well, guess he didn't do it. I guess he could have done it and then been killed. Must be suicide. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? Oh, maybe he was one of the bad guys then. Theft of life. Fatal bullet wound. Surprising one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. Hasn't Edgeworth been around dead bodies many times? It's got a really suspicious looking pendant. Griever. No doctor. Let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds. One on the abdomen, one on the shoulder. He was shot twice. The abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. The crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. To be sure for confirmed. I kind of want to see the FF14 take on Ultimecia. I bet they could do a better take on the idea. and whatever the hell Final Fantasy VIII was. It's an unusually shaped pendant. Is it something valuable? It's like a horse pendant. It's made of platinum silver. Nice. Colin Deveray. Seems like an anagram, but I guess we'll see. But this man's name is... Check button, Oliver Deacon. Colin Deveray, yeah. It's anagram for Oliver Deacon. Okay. That person's name is... On that day, 7 years ago. Oh, it's a drum sound. There's a sound in this song that sounds remarkably like a cat about to throw up. And Ben recently threw up on my gaming PC. He just barely missed like the air grate. Anyway. Having like traumatic response to it's a really, really light like heartbeat drum noise. Sounds like it's coming from outside my headphones. Alright, can I use deduce? To say that it's his name, is that a thing? Something not right about the name of the pendant. His name is Oliver Deacon. The name of the pendant is Colin Deveray. Just sound in that song. That sounds like your phone alarm. You get that when a game will have like a door closing noise. I got lucky on Colin Deveray. That doesn't seem like a real name. But I only made the connection because of the anagram. I guess I was supposed to make the connection because he's wearing a pendant that has a name that isn't his. Like, I would not have selected those two. But dump. Is that a ring that she has? Someone doesn't know the phrase, meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Good friend of Lance. I'm Lance's girlfriend. Lauren Paups. Is she poor? Edgeworth. It's a knocking sound in the first zone of Splunky 2. Keep thinking someone's knocking on your door. Drives me crazy in games. She reminds me of a cartoon character. Oh, it's a band-aid on her elbow. I thought she just had a dirty elbow. Kept being obscured by the text box. You're strong for having made it through this by yourself. No one's supposed to know, but yes, it's true. I'm back to the fair maiden in love routine. What was with all that dialogue in front of this corpse? Found a body, we should look into the murder. Hey, he's back. She's supposed to be like Cinderella. Okay. Yeah, I thought the Palps was supposed to be like Popper. Pops. I should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. That guy's really dead. Thanks, Lang. Ace detective. Ace Interpol agent. Meekins. Alright, so every case has had a defendant so far, huh? Do you have any good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? I leave that to you prosecutors. I know you like your logic and reasoning, but impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. What? All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. Wow, this guy's... That's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. There's no such thing as an innocent. There are no innocents. That's tyranny. Good for you, Edgeworth. Long. I've sworn to uphold the laws of the land. I cannot allow you to take this man in. You would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? What is Shifu? Why do they keep saying that? It's just something they chose not to localize? Like Zaibatsu? Ha 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 ha. As long as it says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. What? Teacher master. So the implication is that all of his police officers are also like foreign Interpol agents? And they mentioned something about that earlier. Sure, Long's logic. Seen a lot of bodies like this one being carted off in my time. Could say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? Your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. What country are we in? Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? Oh, it's a Chinese title. Okay, thank you. So it's supposed to be Shifu. SHI is pronounced she in Japanese, right? It's usually sure if it's localized that way in Chinese. Velocity of detainment. Beware of the wolf. In my language, long means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. His father is my honorable ancestor, Long Zi. Supposed to be Lao Tzu. SHI and Pinyin is usually like a shirt. Depends on the accent. Shirt, 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 shirt. It's kind of an almost inaudible R sound at the end of it. Mm-hmm. It's also, yeah, SHI. Is Seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. Yes. What can you tell me about the body? Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured out that much, right? I did, that's true. Not so fast. Be nice if you had a "This is America" evidence option when he's like, it's not easy in your country for people to get a gun, so it must have been Meekins. As long as this says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. You're gonna get a lampshade from that from Edgeworth? It would appear you've studied a little of our laws here in America. Because arguably there are marginally stricter gun laws in California, if it's supposed to be Japanifornia, but who needs to study what every child in any street corner already knows? Federal Firearms Restriction Act. It's not easy to get a gun these days. They just kept this as is. They just want you to accept the fact that if a gun was fired, it has to have been by a police officer. Plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? Each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. I've yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon. Show me your gun. I lost my gun. How could you be so irresponsible? Way to go, Meekins. I like the multiple flash on Long's lap. I think Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Juan? This little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Ambush the victim in his garage. Okay, this is the new dialogue. It's probably presenting on that statement, I would guess. Murder occurred here in this garage? And the fact the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found. Pretty obvious this is the crime scene. Laza says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Finally, a quote even I've heard of before. Like her handing him the scroll. Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millennia. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. So this is the true meaning of the philosophy of detainment. That's the best reaction animation in the game. The one where Meekins squeezes his badger head off. Alright. Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in the garage and he killed him here with his gun. Not prosecutor's badge. Not the pamphlet. Not the bad badger head. Not the Badger Bible or the photo rally or the stolen... Well, maybe it's the stolen costumes. Because it could be one of the other Badgers in a different costume. Oh wait, no, this is wrong. Because he wasn't specific. Put it away. Your logic is so badly need repair, you might as well throw it out too. So he never mentioned the fact that there are multiple criminals, which is what I was trying to call out there. I guess that's not what he's talking about. Shot from abdomen through shoulder. Very little blood at the site where the body was found. Oh, that's probably it. Fortunately for you, Agent Long, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself, and while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? We're about at time. We went a little over last time. Go ahead and finish this conversation and then leave some notes to my future self. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? This isn't the crime scene. If it was your men who led you to think it was, suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Grr. I like the flashing laugh. Let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that that officer was hanging out around here in the first place? How so? Your squad's not supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? He was being the Badger, right? I find myself taking a walk. I really did take a walk, sir. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Say me the way you did earlier, please. Give us a detailed account of what happens. Okay, so Meekins' testimony will be a good stopping point here. Future Marstead, you're about to interrogate Meekins. So the plot that's going on here, the end of the previous case involved a smuggling ring and Interpol. You're currently working with a ace Interpol agent named Long. He's kind of a dick, and he's running the investigation. It's one of those not anymore, you're not in charge type situations. You were investigating a kidnapping plot for the CEO guy whose son got kidnapped for a ransom. You were the one that was the bagman dropping off the money. You got knocked out by one of the Badgers and then thrown in a jail, and then this weird, quirky anime ninja girl, Kay, showed up and rescued you. And she's your partner for now. But right now you're trying to talk to Meekins. This is still pretty early in this case, so not a lot of evidence to really go over.
It's a good video, both that one and the second one. I recommend it.